Oh, I forgot to unmute. That'll do it. A classic blunder. But what I was saying is, I think it was yesterday. I worked on the check-in system for the daily mission, so it should pop up on screen if people do that. It's like their name and how many missions they've went on, and test it, see if it's actually working. There's just so many things that need to track that sometimes I forget to click 2 extra buttons. Oh shit, it did work. Hell yeah. That's really cool. You hear voice and music. That should be everything. Is there something else that should be heard right now? Um we'll see if should hear some dice too. Uh the horn of Gabriel. The check-in, was it like super loud? I can always adjust that pretty quickly. Um Now where did I have that? Do it again. Colton, you can do it yourself. You can redeem it. You're saving up. It only costs 10 points. What are you saving up for? Do you want the Yeah, it's just 10. That's like that's barely nothing. It's not going to affect that at all. Would it make you feel better if I made it only 1 channel point? Look at that. Was that loud? Was that horn of Gabriel loud? You didn't hear it. Interesting. I can hear it on my end. Hmm. Interesting. Well, at least it's working on stream like the actual pop-up is. I can figure out the sound thing later, or maybe there's something weird going on. But I think it's time just to jump into the Rosethorn Keep. I'm gonna try to do this for 6 hours. We'll see how well that works. But I had also reworked some of the other alerts for like shoutouts and stuff. So hopefully that is hearable. It'll be kind of weird if the one isn't working, but the other is. Okay, let's see what happened last time. The party went to the Dire Branch Haunted Forest. Pitcher Plant, Magic, target number 6. As the Clippers made their way deep into the haunted woods, their new companion Scarlet falling into a pit filled with water. Well, at least what she thought was water till it started to dissolve her leather Using concoctions from her pouch, she created a neutralizer that stopped the acid for a time, allowing her party to pull her out, noticing it was a subterranean plant, almost like a massive hollowed potato. Swinging log. The trees gave way to a confusing mess of vines, making it hard to traverse. Blendrell took the lead, her elven senses able to peer past what the others couldn't see. Noticing the bones of a deer, one smashed up against a tree, made her weary, allowing her to keep the clippers from being caught by any of the poachers' traps. Since they had been clearly out of the Umberwald Since they have been clearing out the Umberwald of monsters, humans have grown more bold, adding more stress to the heroes that make these woods safer. Druid. After walking into a clearing, a gentle river cutting through it, the clippers took a break, relaxing against the water when a very old looking man appeared, his beard nearly down to his groin. Twigs and bark adorned him like jewelry. Chime was familiar with his kind, calling him a druid in his own tongue. At least for now, she has convinced him that they mean no harm, but he isn't fully convinced. Treant. After leaving the druid and embarking the next morning, the clippers found themselves stalked slowly, very slowly, by something. Later in the night, as Lycan takes watch, a large shadow descends over the fire. What appears to be man at first actually is a tree, a talking one. Apparently, the party had picked up its seed in their travels and had asked for it back with a deep but soft bellow. Lycan realizing that this seed is its child, and though they are a devious sort, they do not care for keeping a mother from its child. And the pitcher plant was an autocomplete because if you re-roll doubles for the events, it just autocompletes, but you don't get the rewards. So I guess it's almost like the party ends up backtracking for whatever reason, and there's nothing to gain from it. And then the respite, which is like the little homebrew downtime thing that I added just to add a little bit more story to the goings on in Rosethorn Keep. We might try something else, less about the party and more about just because I imagine there's actual people here now that aren't adventurers that are helping maintain it and stuff. But we'll see when we get there. After a long journey back to the castle, the Clipper went to the storage, but Ellen and Chime decided to give Jack a nice brushing, the donkey having been with them since the beginning. Jack's neighs could be heard echoing through the keep, only getting Ellen and Chime a little bit wet, and making the return home a soft, joyous one. And this time we were able to upgrade 2 of the areas of Rosethorn Keep because we had been getting the rules slightly wrong because you're supposed to get resources for each event that you successfully um, overcome. And we had just been doing it once per dungeon run as a whole. So things will be moving a little bit quicker than the first 2 times we played. The Clippers finally upgraded the stables that Jack had called home, now more than just a shed with hay, but a proper building, and now with horses to keep him company. Despite Jack being the smallest of the bunch, he still would be the one to chase away wild animals, him thinking he is the leader still. Bedrooms. The bunks that they had been sleeping in for weeks now left to the various people that stay at the castle to manage the day-to-day. The Clippers now each have their own room, Lycan the most happy to have their own place for privacy and their smut collection. Lycan is a known smut enjoyer in this strange fantasy world that we have been making. But that is us caught up, and I decided last session that we would be doing the mines again. I believe, let's see, the mines give us iron and stone. Do not remember what the plan was to upgrade. Was it we did upgrade the Great Hall already. Maybe it was to upgrade the bedrooms? Well, no, bedrooms needs leather and gold. Let's see. Kitchen. Maybe we. Yeah, I'm not sure what I was planning. I should have made a note for what the plan was to upgrade after, but that's okay. And it looks like no one was injured from last time. Everyone was able to be recovered, so we can go ahead and start. Okay. So we can copy this over. And need to switch over to the dice. We need to roll 5d6. Oh, not the best. And if I remember right, we have still just one reroll that we can do from the kitchen. Yep. That's the dice. They're trying to betray me. Oh no, that's not good. So 2 4s, 2 2s, and 1 3. Oops. D6. Okay, why is that not working? Something going on? D6. Is there supposed to be a space? Ah, yeah, it's the space. That's the issue. So, I have that. I had that small. I guess I could just copy and then do this. Yeah, that is easier. Okay, now we need a roll for the event. Let's go over to the abandoned mine, the what we named the Silver Root Mine, because um we decided that there is a village close by that is called Silver Root. So, and I believe it's because we saved some miners that were lost, and I think it makes sense that there would be a mine nearby. The the Rosethorn keep has got to get its ore and stone and stuff somewhere. And if I remember right, we roll 2d6 for events because our Great Hall is tier 2 to 3. So we roll 2d6, and then once it gets up to tier 4, then we'd roll 3d6 for our events. And that's sort of how we have the chance to go against more difficult encounters. So roll 2d6. Our first one is a 7. Okay, a 7 is kobolds. And this is a target number is attack 5 plus tier. Our Great Hall is 3, but we have a -2 for combat target numbers. So that makes it a tier 6. Kobolds. A hunting party looking for food to eat, and you look really tasty. So these kobolds want to eat us, that's pretty rude. But let's see. Who do we want to do? We probably want to use one of our lower ones. So we need someone with a 4 in attack, which I do not. Well, Lycan can do it. We'd have to use their ability. Scarlet can use magic instead of attack. She's down here, so that would guess it would use her ability, which you can only use the abilities one time per dungeon, but you can use them twice. I think we'll use Scarlet just because I'd like to keep the Lycan and Chime open as much as I can because the +1s are to any stats really flexible. And at least with Scarlet, she would still have the 4 to magic, which could be used later on for magic stuff. So yeah, we will use Scarlet for this. Use her ability. So we will change the color to blue, which indicate that was a success. Draconic dragons? That's draconic. Use a sweetly crafted balm. Soon after entering Silverroot Mine, the party noticed new markings on the walls, draconic symbols marked crudely with paint, or maybe blood. The Clippers were ambushed by small lizard like folk, their weapons seemingly made from ransacked tools. They came from freshly made tunnels, cutting through the cracks in the mine. They seemed hungry more than anything, and Scarlet used a sweetly crafted balm to lead the kobolds into a trap that the party used to wound a few of them and make the rest retreat back wherever they came. Uh, that makes more sense. Despite having written a few things that I've published and stuff, like writing in the moment, absolutely terrible, so bad. But I guess iteration is the really is the key to making anything. But that was a success. So let's roll for our next event. Let's see, a 9. Okay, that's a bit higher. Let's see. Cave shrooms, definitely not safe to eat, question mark, maybe. Okay, this is a non-combat encounter, so what color were we using? We were using green for non-combat. Okay. Cave shrooms. Defense 5 plus tier. So that is also a 6. Okay. So that's defense 5. So I think just using Ellen, who has a defense of, let's see, Ellen, a defense of 3, and using the 2 will give us a 5. That'll be what we need. So I think we're looking good as long as we don't get uh re-rolling one of the events we've done. I have a feeling we're going to come out with all the resources we need, which is 5 iron and 3 stone per successful event. Okay, so this is defense. So it seems like the party eats these mushrooms, and it's something, or maybe these mushrooms don't have to be ingested. Maybe it's like spores. I think that makes more sense. I think the Clippers have been here a while enough that they're a little bit more familiar with everything. and like being smart enough to take care and not do anything too too reckless at this point. Maybe I should start denoting like who actually did this. I think, yeah, I think we're gonna start doing that. Even though it is kind of clear because I'm only writing about the one person's perspective mostly, but I think just for future reference is a good thing to do. Let's see, so it's mushrooms releasing spores. Ellen is the one that overcomes this. Okay. That's true. True. Oh, welcome in, KF. It's good to see you. Were you able to hear the sound from the the daily mission alert? There was an issue with it earlier about the sound not working. But yes, we are keeping the thorns. Really? Hmm. Maybe it's too quiet.
Yippee!
Yippee! Did you hear the yippee? Okay, that's interesting. Hmm. Very interesting. Where did I put the Here we go. Let's see. It has the volume maxed. Oh. Let's see what happens when I do this. Let me know if you hear it now. Did you hear it that time? Okay, so that apparently for how Mix It Up works for the actions for like each thing for the sound action, you have to specify the audio output device. So that's good to know. Always learning something. That well, no, that's actually interesting because my shout out thing has a sound on it, and I don't think I specified where the sound for it's going. Oh no, wait, okay, I did. I don't remember doing that. Hmm. Yeah, that's mixed up's you know, it's able to do a lot, so it's definitely worth. Yeah. Oh, and also I did add a command, a D20 command, so you can roll dice in chat now. But to be warned, if you roll a nat one, you will be timed out, like where you can't like type in chat. So as long as you don't have like key maze luck, should be fine. Wait, I wonder what happens if a mod does that. Will they get unmodded? Hey, stem away. You know, that's fine. That's totally fine. It's not that much effort to remod someone. Oh, it's exclamation point D20. Actually, I should probably put that in the chat thing or in the title. I can do that real quick too. Holy, first nat 20. The first time. That's a good sign. I should like have a thing that pops up when someone rolls a nat 20. But that's future me's thing to figure out. What if that was just like, you know, you started a campaign, you rolled nat 20, it's like, oh, I'm done, y'all. I don't need to roll again. We peaked. Campaign over. Yeah, I did put a cool down on it just so it doesn't get too wild. Especially if there's like a, you know, randomly just a bunch of people that comes in, they start going wild with the D20 rolls. Oh yeah, I was gonna, let's see. Okay. Well, let's see. Drag. You know, I feel that sometimes I do get lost in like clicking a pen over and over. The Clippers following the Cobalt's trail deeper into the mine, eventually losing them thanks to their smaller nature and despite having visited the mine several times, still not a place they know that well. They found themselves in a larger chamber, one filled with mushrooms. Not being able to see the spores floating in the air, they went deeper, only to succumb to its slumbering madness. Ellen managed to stay awake, using a dagger to wound her leg in an attempt to keep herself awake and drag the rest of the party away from the chamber. Yeah, totally not. We have never done that. Oh, still rolling hot. It's a good sign. Well, I mean, I that might be a bad sign for break. I guess it depends how much fighting ends up happening. If that's a good sign or a bad sign. Yeah, you can't waste them. You need those good rolls for Friday. Oh yeah, we need to. I need to too many tabs. There we go. I found the dice tray. Oh, a 10? Oh no. Let's see what a 10 is. Glowing rocks. Valuable magical rocks. Do not touch them with bare hands. Uh oh. So did we just find like plutonium? Honestly, I think fantasy should use like radiation stuff more. I think what was it? The was it the Shannara Chronicles? I think they had like radiation stuff going on. It just really wants you to be a human. Was it the like the native human or the isekai human? Let's see. The target number is also 6 for this, from it getting reduced by the courtyard. I think I've gotten Rhineka the most when I've rolled. I'm pretty sure it was Shannara Chronicles that is essentially like post World War III Earth, and like all the fantasy creatures, like elves and dwarves and stuff, were just like humans that mutated from radiation. Also, I'm surprised from the amount of people that I have played with so far that the isekai human usually doesn't get picked that often. I think the one I've seen the picked most is the Tenebrate, and then behind it is probably the Biomechanoid, outside of humans. Okay, this is magic. So we have. Let's see. Do we have someone with a 3 in magic? I think Chime has a 3 in magic. No. Hmm. So we could use Scarlet again. Yeah, the TV show, it wasn't great, but it had some moments in that I liked. But yeah, it was kind of Fallouty, but fantasy. Like it had like you know um, tech stuff in it, from the past. It wasn't too much. It was definitely still like in the sort of medieval fantasy realm, but it popped up occasionally, which I liked. Actually, Shannara Chronicles might not be a bad place to look for inspiration for break. The big sun guy. Wait, Escanor? Is that the big sun guy you're talking about? Mm, we could use Chime or Lycan and just use their bonus +1. How many magic things are in here? There's only 2. Oh, Prometheans. Yeah, we'll use Scarlet again. And this will be the last time we can use Scarlet. Oh, awesome! Yeah, yeah. I really like the flavor the Prometheans have, like with their, when they like lose parts of themselves, it regrows with scaly, scaly flesh. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. But I haven't seen them play too much, them or the Groon. Yeah, then is an important lesson of never give someone the middle finger while they have their sword out. I think also you could like I'm not sure if you're familiar with the anime oh, I'm blanking on it. Is it Durora? No. It's the one it's like post-apocalyptic with the guy with the lizard head and there's like wizards. Let me search that real quick. Um let's see. Netflix anime lizard head guy. Uh Doro Hidoro. There we go. Yeah. That's the one. Like I've for some reason, like a Promethean managed to survive being like losing their head, and it grew back with a lizard head, but the rest of their body's still normal. I think that's really cool. I always like that sort of stuff. I wasn't a fan of the animation style. I tend not to really like the 3D animation. Oh shit! Welcome in, Raiders. I hope the Ace Combat was going well, and y'all need a raid to run. I understand. Take care of yourselves. But I'm Kyward Coyote. I'm Insomniac Coyote, and I just do random things. Right now, we're doing a solo TTRPG of Rosethorn Keep, which is pretty simple dungeon crawler. You roll some d6s, and yeah,
Yippee!
yippee! Watts loves the head pats. I have 5 crashes is pretty good. The last time I played, I did not do well. This is the reason why it's the last time I played it back, what, 20 years ago? You know, there are some like fighter pilot like TTRPGs. I don't remember the names off the top of my head, but they do exist. Oh no, I lost the cat for my drink. Oh, one of the people in Ime's server, their like big thing is planes. I know they've found some fighter pilot TTRPGs. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I could see like, almost like Lancer but planes. I could see that maybe. I have to imagine it'd almost be something like Night Witches, where it's more about the people flying rather than the flying itself. Night Witches is like World War II bombers. That is like an actual regiment in World War II. For Russia was a an all female uh, squad that would go out in the night and then bomb places. I'm sure. I'm sure it's out there. Like people are into planes as much as like people are into trains. So, but in sort of an opposite way, not being there, currently the party is in the mines dealing with hypnotic mushrooms and glowing rocks.
Yippee!
Yippee! Watts is able to talk. I should make like a channel point redeemed to where you can just like fill in the text and then Watts will say that. I'll add it to the list of things. Ever growing list. Yes, Watts is sort of my settings version of Pikachu.
I'm not speaking. This is just a figment of your imagination.
Oh no, no, I'm crazy. Watts, no, please, I thought you were real. But yeah, Stray City has things called Jack Robits, which are sort of like a mix of Pokemon, Digimon, and the things from ZZZ. I forget what those were called. Bangaboos, I think it is. I think or is it bamboos? Something booze. And they help the various strays that go on missions do things. And they just happen to be very cute. Booze? Was it booze? It's been so long since I played ZZZ, I don't remember. I think it was bangaboos, bamboos. But they do look like rabbits, like like cute stuffed animal rabbits, but very cyberpunky, but not cyberpunk. I'm not sure what you call that because it is like modern fantasy, but it's like slightly, it's more advanced than modern, but it's not cyberpunk. No shark, no life. You know, sharks are a little bit like the dogs of the sea, the wolves of the sea. Because they like, you know, especially with people, they like they want to bite, but they don't necessarily want to bite you. And it's just sometimes they get a little excited. That is true. They are a bit like fighter jets, but in the water. I still remember Legend of Dragoon is one of my favorite like games ever, and they essentially made like Power Ranger mecha dragons that were fighter jets. Finally, I always love it when I mention Legend of Dragoon. There'll always be the one person. It's like, whoa, I remember that game. I still have it deep in my heart that they'll either make a remake of it or they will make a sequel to it. Because like ever since it came out, there was like rumors that they'd make another one. They just never did. Oh yes, we're growing. The Legend of Dragoon fan club. All four of us. Yeah, there was like a solid like I would say 2 years maybe that was pretty much the only game I ever played. Even though I had other games, I was just like so deep into it. I just like kept replaying it. I'm sure there's more out there. You just got to go look deep into the like game facts forums. Yeah. Gust of wind dance. Okay, who's y'all's favorite character? And there, mine is Maru. I like Small Lady Big Hammer. That or Rose. It's tough. Oh no, the memories they're flooding back. I liked Rose the character. I didn't necessarily like using Rose that much. But I did make sure that I beat the game with like every like player or not every player but every character. Which using Kongal as a party member in the like the last part of the game that is a rough because essentially Kongal is just dead the entire time. Even if you buff up his magic defense stats, still absolute garbage. The green one was Albert and Lavitz. Albert takes over after Lavitz is gets gets perished. I had a friend that was really good using like the magic items that you could throw where you had to like press the button really fast. Like he was super good at doing that. Like, and he probably burned through so many controllers with how fast he'd be pressing the button. But like, I never used him just because it didn't feel like it was worth it over just doing like dragoon attack stuff. but he definitely made it worth it.
Yippee!
Yippee! Oh, Hime, you should do exclamation point D20.
Yatpat!
Hey, 7's a lucky number. Just you don't want to roll a 1. Yeah, I think manager here is probably going to be the highest D20 champion. I should keep track of who rolls a nat 20 for their first roll. Oh yeah, I forgot I have a notes thing inside OBS. I can do that. When the real life dice hate us, that's when we fall back to the digital dice. I feel like the digital dice like me more than my IRL dice, but I feel like there need to be a deeper study. I keep at least all my like everyday carry dice, the ones I use like every session. I keep those in a mug, but all my other dice they're just in a sack. Oh no, the poor dice. They're just there to look cute. Little show dice. I think I've used most of mine. But also when I tend to let when I like GM, I tend to let people roll their physical dice even if you can't see them. Oh no, more dice. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of cool like Arthurian die sets out there. Like maybe like a green and gold, like green die with gold numbers or something. I've never personally bought dice for like a specific character. I tend to get dice for systems. Like I have my break dice, which are uh, glow in the dark D20s that have a smiley face on the 20. And then I have, well, I guess that's not true. I did buy some fancy dice for my character Grimmer that is in my friend Colton's game that we play on Sunday. Yeah, for a while I think we used the dice in tabletop sim, but we just ended up switching because people, you know, when they spend like $100 on dice, they want to use those dice. I like how Owlbear Rodeo has the little dice tray for it. It does add to the immersion. Oh shit! I shouldn't have done that. I just wasted a 6. Fuck. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to add to this? Retreating from the dangerous chamber of mushrooms, the party found themselves lost in the mines, but luckily happened to find themselves in a resource-rich chamber filled with bright, glowing rocks. Scarlet was familiar enough with the various magical stones, knowing that this one is highly irradiated but also valuable. Her knowledge telling her that it is safe to be kept in something lined with lead. And for some context, Scarlet is a plague doctor. She's like, for this game, she's like a tier 3 character. We got lucky with the recruitment role. So we have one of the stronger characters in the game. Maybe not stronger because maybe I didn't do the math, but I'm guessing the math lines up because they like have higher stats in 2, but the rest is really low. But the way this game's work, you just pick which character you want to use for each event. So them having bad stats isn't necessarily a bad thing. Raptor, we definitely need to try to set up another TTRPG thing. I'm wanting, especially in the year, I'm wanting to run more one shots and stuff. Like, I still really want to do Daisy Chainsaw, the sort of magical girl meets lollipop chainsaw. If you're familiar with that game. Let's see. So we finished this. We cannot use Scarlet anymore, so we need to roll for the next event. Yes, that's the dream. Full-time dice roller. That would be like such a badass business card. I guess it is a little Lollipop Chainsaw is a little magical girl. It doesn't have like I don't think she ever does any like magical girl transformations, but she kind of does do similar stuff to it. But the reason why I say Lollipop Chainsaw because it's about magical girls, but they're very violent. It is a violent game, and it's made by the same person that made Rosethorn Keep. A 5. Let's see. I have not rolled a 5 yet, so no re-rolls. So more resources. It's been so long since I played Lollipop Chainsaw. I think they had a like remaster of it not too long ago. Let's see, 5. Okay, so that is a non-combat encounter. Blooded Shaft. Hold your breath and look for goodies in the depths. Target number is speed 6. Yeah, I'm always a little bit wary when I see remasters of stuff because it seems like a lot of times they don't necessarily put in that much effort. But hopefully they get patched. Romeo is a dead. Oh, that's right. They have a new thing for that, don't they? I remember seeing something about that. That just jogged my memory. The phone does betray us in small ways. Luckily, on the internet, you just wait, a month, and then everything's fine. Everyone's forgotten, moved on to something else. Let's see, flood champ speed 6. Well, let's see what we got left. We got 2 4s left. Yeah, you just ignore them. I mean, just like don't go on Reddit. That's the, I guess, also Twitter/X. You just don't go there. You're fine. Let's see. What was I looking for? Oh yeah. I mean, I might as well use Valendriel. I mean, it doesn't take much to get banned on Twitter these days. Just say Elon stinky and then insta ban. And then Grok makes pictures off of you. We live in such a weird time now. Absolutely weird time. We got the cyberpunk dystopia just without the cyberpunk. I mean, it doesn't take much to hurt his feelings. Valendriel. Mm. I had used Twitter for, I don't know, it was like a couple years after it first came out. So however long that's been, is it like like 15 years or something at this point? Like I used to use it to keep up with all the TTRPG stuff, but eventually I got burned on that because a lot of times it's just like people arguing about some random thing a person said, and it's just repeated like every couple months. People arguing about the exact same thing. And like I can only take the argument of like, should a game master like flub their dice rolls or not. I can only handle that so many times. Yeah, Twitter's really old. I don't want to look at the actual date that it first came out. I don't want to crumble to dust quite yet. Wait, I need to Oh yeah, I pretty much, I haven't like actually used Twitter in like 2 years, 3 years at this point. Oh no! Oh no, KO. Oh yeah, the classic soul bomb. Oh no! Oh no! Why would you hurt yourself like that? Why would you look at the date? But yeah, I think 15 years is how long I had used Twitter. I don't. If I had to guess how old it is, I'm gonna say 20. Around 20. Oh my god, roleplay MySpace. I didn't start doing roleplay stuff until I got into Gaia Online. That's when I started doing roleplay stuff. And also trolling people that were role playing, because I would be like going on the fishing server and Gaia, and then people would come in and start doing like ERP, and I'm like, whoa, why are you coming in my space talking about this stuff? It's time to ruin the goon. And like there was one like session where these people were doing that while I was fishing, and it's like just permanently stuck in my head. Like I remember every single like thing they said, and it's I don't think John Twitch would want me to repeat it. It was some stuff. Hey, we all got our things that we did our RP stuff back in the day with. Oh, welcome in, Starlight. It's good to see you. The ads are almost over. If you can see my closed captions, only 10 more seconds. So the the ritual to John Twitch is almost over. Yeah, welcome in. How's things going, Starlight? If that's what you prefer, or maybe Rose. I assumed, even though I wouldn't judge if you did want to RP as a Neopet itself. Yeah, we're just talking about role playing back in the day on random forums. I did go pretty hard into a Yu-Gi-Oh role play on one of the bigger like Yu-Gi-Oh forums where people would like trade cards and stuff back in the day. I was like one of the it was almost like they had like a Pokemon sort of gym sort of thing going on that I did. I was like one of the gym leaders sort of. I forget which deck I used. That was so long ago. It was like long enough to where like Yu-Gi-Oh still didn't really have like really strict archetypes like they do now, like with um gosh, like the Maid Dragons. I think that's one of the archetypes now, or like the Demon Circus. It's oh gosh, it's been so long since I've played Yu-Gi-Oh that I think it's fully emptied my brain from my brain. I still remember like the old stuff, but are the sort of post GX Yu-Gi-Oh cards that kind of all escaped me. But yeah, I am technically playing a solo TTRPG right now, but we are also yapping, which is bound to happen. Especially when we start talking about the old days when Twitter was brand new. I regret giving away my Yu-Gi-Oh cards because like I wouldn't play it anymore. I don't think, but I would like to have like almost have like a portrait on the wall just of my decks. I think that'd be cool. No, you're great, KF. This gives me time to ponder about the uh the journaling I'm doing. Like even when I'm like GMing stuff, I tend to, like I think I'm a pretty casual GM. Like I don't tend to like I like to think of myself as like one of the players. So I think this is very in line with my TTRPG experience. The cardboard crack. It's understandable. Mm. Oh, you can do it here. Whichever one you prefer. It doesn't bother me either way. I'm fine answering any great questions. I'm always down to talk about break. That's why this is here. Oh, I've been having a weird glitch with my computer where the mouse just or the cursor just sort of vanishes off screen. It's been happening lately. As it should be. I will bite it. Oh, I see. Yeah. Should the Leshy technically have 3 character sheets for their different sizes? I don't think so because the sizes are like specific abilities. So like, um, small size, like being small is like an ability. Being normal size is an ability. Being large is an ability. So it's more just different abilities. I mean, if I could see having 3 different sheets just for like ease of reference, like flipping rather than having to keep track of the stuff manually. But like if we was playing on like a VTT that had like all of the abilities and stuff like tracked, I think it just being able to like toggle which size you are or switch to which size you are, I think that would work. I hope one day Break is able to get like an official VTT thing. Hey Raven, it's good to see you. We're just yapping right now while I slowly type away. But yeah, the Leshy is definitely, when it comes to like character designs, it is a bit of a weird one because I originally had the idea of like a species that gives like um rations and stuff or like food every day. It originally came from me making a joke species that is a cowgirl. And then I was like, I should probably make something that's more safe for work. I forget which anime I was watching, but it was like, you know, classic trash isekai, and it had cowgirls in it, and the cowgirl was like ran a tavern, and instead of serving beer, she served milk, her milk. And then I was just like, you know what? Why not? Why not make that a playable species? I might rename the Leshy if I ever like iterate on it and try to like smooth out some of the clunkiness, and like give it like a proper name rather than just like a mythological name. Yes, I am aware of just how bad that is. But it gave my friend a laugh, which that was sort of the intention behind it. And I, honestly, like if someone wanted to play that, I'd let them. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing I've seen. Yeah, that's awesome. I appreciate that. It's always nice to find something in like games or whatnot that you can identify with on a more personal level. I think the Leshy and the Love Lamps are my probably my two favorite that I've made. Because I just like I love the idea of like moth people, but they love light, but light also makes them dumb. So they're just like if they ever around like a source of light, they're kind of just like drunk little cuties. Well, I mean, you know, like fire can be good for plants, like the health of the soil and stuff. So there's definitely some stuff you can work with that. Mm. Yeah, it's totally fine to whatever. The like the random art I it just is just picked. Like if I had like an artist or something to like actually draw what they look like, I would definitely have tons of variation. Like I could see like a fly trap sort of leshy, or like a sunflower leshy. And like also like if you look at like breaks like actual like species, there's a ton of variants. Like if you look at like the rhinecos, it has like actual cat people, and then just like your typical anime cat people. Mood, I feel Teddy. It'd be like that sometimes. Well, so on the update about the sound thing, so I did have a setting wrong, and that's why the sound couldn't be heard for the mission alert. Deku scrubs. I don't think I've heard of that. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, from Legend of Zelda. Yeah, that's total. That's totally sort of in a similar vibe as Leshy. Yeah, I haven't played a lot of Zelda. The one I played the most is Wind Waker, and then after that, it's Breath of the Wild. Yeah, in the server, I made a thread that has all the random break stuff I've made. I've made quite a bit. I was, did I share the Boom Witch? I think I did share the Boom Witch, the like Megumin themed class. Yeah, actually, I did in Guild Wars 2. That was one of the main like ancestries or whatever I played. I played them and the gnome guys. Yeah, I like the idea of having like um the mushroom cap. I That's what I tend to have for my whatever those plant was. It's like the Silvari, the Sylvanari. I like a mushroom cap on mine. Yeah, that was intentional because that's Sun Raku from um I'm blanking on the name of the anime. Let's see. Is it Shangri-La Online? Yeah. I need to catch up on that. I just finished watching all of My Hero Academia, so I'll probably get back to catching up on Shangri-La. Yeah, I like it because like it's not necessarily trying to do anything like gimmicky like a lot of, sort of isekai or stuck in a video game anime doing. Like it's you know I wouldn't say generic, but it's not trying anything extreme with the gimmick, and it's just very solid. So like you can expect what you're going to get from it. Honestly, like I decided to catch up on the last season of My Hero Academia just so I could say I finished it, but I think maybe I'm just too old for shonen at this point. Like I think it did have some good like emotional moments, but I felt like the earlier, like the first half of it was better, or at least I liked it more. Like there was a while, like when I'd watch My Hero Academia, I would get like oddly emotional from it, but like after, I'd say that after the fourth season, it just wasn't hitting as hard for me. On their way, they found a part of the mine flooded, seeing it going deep down with flickering of silver veins like stars in the night sky. Valindriel being the one to leap into the cold, murky waters, she managed to get to the bottom using natural pockets to take a breath and finding a cart filled with gold. Tying a rope to the sack, she swam back up and let the party hoist it up. I've really been slacking the last couple years ever since I started like modding. That sort of replaced me watching as much anime as I did, and then obviously now though I've been trying to get better, getting in the habit of watching it while I'm starting to wind down for the night. But I will be right back. I need to fill up my water and also need to check on the fire because it's supposed to get cold tonight. So I will be back in like 3 minutes. I hope y'all are able to, you know, go stretch, Get up, get a snack or whatever. Take care of yourselves.
Yippee!
I have returned. I decided to be the trash dog I am and eat some cheese from the refrigerator to give my brain some more energy. I hope y'all took care of yourselves. Some wet mozzarella cheese. It was very tasty. It hit the spot. Oh, hell yeah. I love Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It and probably, I'm gonna say the frosted mini wheats. Those are probably my top two. Well, I mean that the raw sex appeal I can't control, but this was just really fresh mozzarella cheese. I need to roll some dice. A 7. Oh, that reminded me. So my friend Fia, Goblin Fia, she has some artwork of her with a sentient lasagna, a sexy sentient lasagna. And I know that's a wild thing to come in my mouth, but the artist that did it, Vix, um, it looks so great. And honestly, that lasagna looked really good. I feel that. Like the munchies are there, but you're also so comfy you don't want to get out of bed. That's why sometimes you just you stash yourself some you know some snacks in like a thing of Tupperware. No, it likes to be eaten. It's it looks really excited. I guess her name was Lasagna Chan because right. The art really sells it because Vix is an amazing artist. I'd have to let's see if I can find them on Blue Sky real quick. They I would say their art's not safe for work. They are the like a I think they stream, right? Vic streams. Let's see. Oh, Baked Ziti is good. Oh, damn, now I kind of want Baked Ziti. Mm. I haven't eaten too much today, so I kind of got the hunger, but the cheese will sustain me for a bit. Wait, what did I roll? I see the ADHD is ADHD and real hard today. I got a 7. So that is a we've already gotten a 7 for us. So unfortunately we auto succeed, but we do not get any resources. The dice curse me. It's probably because I didn't get a lot of sleep, which I mean, that's nothing new for me, but it was a real struggle last night to go to sleep. Like I don't think I fell asleep till like 8 in the morning. I mean, you could just make it yourself, and then it will be a the Great White North thing. Let Daddy YouTube teach you the way of making good baked ziti. All dressed chips. Is that like the everything bagel? I feel that. Sometimes like I'll be like thinking something, and my brain just completely empties of all reality, and I have to search it just to restart my brain. Um, we will make this a yellow, I guess. I'll search all dress chip, see what that is. A popular Canadian potato chip flavor combines sweet, savory, and tangy taste, typically blending barbecue ketchup, sour cream and onion, and salt and vinegar. Interesting. That does sound good. I haven't had chips in quite a while. Yeah, a little bit. Look, you know, sometimes I have like a genuine intelligent thought, and then the rest of the time it's just puttering along. But let's see how we got 4 successes, and because of the, let's see, stables, we get 2 more, so that's 6. 6 successes. Yeah, I remember when the ketchup flavor like started popping up in the US, and it seems like a lot of people didn't like the idea, but that's like potatoes and ketchup, that's just good. That's a good combo. I mean, I think potato and most flavors is a good combo outside of like sweet, but then sweet potatoes are a thing even though they're not potatoes. But the, the one sentient cartoon car. Yeah, I think ketchup's good on mac and cheese, or barbecue is good on mac and cheese. Like do a little barbecue drizzle over the mac. Or like do mac and cheese and then cook some bacon off the side, and then pour the, you know, some of the bacon grease in the mac and cheese, and then have little sprinklings of bacon in it. Yes, barbecue chicken and mac and cheese is a fucking amazing combo. I should do some barbecue chicken and mac and cheese this week. Mm. Oh no, I'm getting hungry. The deep hunger's coming. Okay, we got to do some math. So we got 6 successes, so that is 30 iron. That brings us up to 45 iron. Shepherd's pie, fuck. I'm getting so hungry. And then so 6 times 3, that's 18. So we got 18 stone. What respite are we on? We're on respite 11. I mean, I think late night cereal is actually pretty good. I think that's my preferred time to eat cereal. I never eat cereal in the morning. Um okay, I think for this homebrew respite thing, we'll do 1 through 3 is the party, and then 4, 5, 6 is the keep itself. Maybe just 5, 6 is the keep, because I think it makes most sense that there's less odds for it to just be the people of the keep. Yes. Consume. Devour. Let's roll the d6. Bloop. Oop. It doesn't like me going too crazy with it. Okay, 3. So that is the party. So let's roll again, see what we get. Oh yeah, I bet it is cold as fuck up there. Did that get cocked? That's interesting. So that was a 2 and a 6. So let's look. Let's look at our people. So a 2 would be Chime, and a 6 would be, let's see, 4, 5. So Chime and Scarlet? Who was it last time? Is Ellen and Chime? Okay, let's roll to see what the mood is. A 4, so that's good. But it's not like super good. It's just like an average good. So nothing too dramatic. I am the drama. That the way you described that is wild. Like I don't necessarily disagree, but just the delicious slop is really it's doing something in my brain that I'm not a fan of. Like you could have said maybe like porridge, like a dessert porridge or something. Congealed mass of delicious slop. Just shoving it straight into my mouth. Holy. I want you to do that, but with like goldfish. I want you to try that for me. Report back to me how that congealed mass is. What the fuck? The flip flop of the flop. That's wild. God. Oh. At least it's not Watts saying it. That would be so cursed.
I like to get the first spoonful and let it fall back into the mass to hear the plip plop of the slop.
No, no, Watts, please. Please don't speak like that. Oh, God. No. What? We need to have a conversation about what you're doing when I feed you. Look, Watts has a weird speech pattern. We don't question it. I have to imagine it's just because of the double O, the TTS is it's just, it gets tripped up a little bit. Holy. I feel like I misspelled poultice. Yeah, it definitely did something to my brain. Oh, there we go. Poop deck. Oh no. Not the poop deck. Poor Watts is being made to say curse things. Oh no, I think that how it has to be 100, unfortunately. The way the oh, the way that Twitch has it set up. Well, at least Watts can say that they're not cheap, I guess. You want them to say curse things. I'll have to go over the settings again because the way I have it set up is kind of janky because I didn't like the actual site that you can use for GTS because it
Poop
used
deck,
a
poop deck, deck poop, rage.
no, Watts, don't say poop. Watts can't poop. He's a digital being. Though, actually, now that I think about it, since Digimon World is one of my favorite games, and a good portion of the Digimon World mechanics was about making sure your Digimon poop in a toilet and not on the ground so they don't turn into Shuckamon or Numamon. Maybe Watts does poop. And if you don't let Watts poop in the proper place, he'll become a poop virus. Become Skibbity Toilet. Maybe like lithium. I feel like Watts would poop lithium out. Or like corrupted files. Flux. Oh god. I don't know. Wild conversation about do Jack Robots poop, and what do they poop? Yeah, but like dead batteries, so they're not useful. You're that is right. Who needs lithium mines when we have watts? At least the idea with the Jack Robots is they're all unique. So there's not like, like in Pokemon, there isn't like a bunch of watts. Watts is a specific entity, and there's only one of watts. Actually, next week I do have. Is it? Wait, is it next week? I think so. I think it is next week. I do have like an actual world building stream for Stray City planned to actually be able to dig into this weird world. Then hopefully after that, start working on a TTRPG for it, get it in a playable state. Yeah, I'm. The current plan is to use Morkborg as a base because I think for what I'm wanting something that's like relatively simple to jump into, but still have like decent enough like character creation so you can like customize the characters. But I don't want it to be too complicated. After returning from the Silverroot mines with fresh scars from the newly arrived kobolds that had taken over the mines, Chime asked Scarlet for a poultice to reduce the scarring on her body, knowing how important it is for her seductive arts. Scarlet went to the garden in the courtyard, plucking a few plants and grinding them into a fine paste. Scarlet and Chime spent a nice day relaxing in the sun, letting the natural oils soothe Chime's wounds. Okay, so now we can. Is there anything to upgrade? Let's see. Iron and lumber. So we could get the armory up to tier 3. I presume. Let me look at the how much it costs to get tier 3. I feel like I was wanting to upgrade the kitchen, but see, kitchen is stone and lumber. Toothpaste? This- They caught me off guard. Yes, return to the comfy. It's where we belong. let's see, tier 2 kitchen, that is 10 stone and 5 lumber. Oh, how much did it cost for tier 3? 15 stone and 10 lumber. So we won't have enough to get tier 3, but we can, let's see, 10 stone, go down to 8. And then 5 lumber bring us down to 17 lumber. So that will give us tier 2 kitchen, which will allow us to reroll 2 dice at the start. Let's see. Iron and lumber, so we could probably still get the armory up to tier 3. Let's see what it takes. 15 iron, 10 lumber. We'd still be able to do that. So that would make our target numbers for combats another -1, so it'd be a -3 total. Actually, let's see with the Great Hall. So we were tier... For the Great Hall, it's 20 gold and 15 stone. So we don't have that. I see the bedrooms. Tier 2 bedrooms. It's 10 leather, 5 gold. So we don't have that. Let's see. 15 lumber, 10 leather. We don't have that for stables. Courtyard is stone and iron, which don't think we have enough for that. No, we don't. So yeah, I think we're gonna get the armory up to tier 3, which will be 15 iron. Bring us down to 30. And 10 lumber. Bring us down to 7. Tier 3, and that will give us -3 to combat target numbers. So, do we want to try to get the bedrooms next upgraded? Be leather and gold. Is there something that gives the monster layer does leather and gold? Okay. So yeah, I think that's the way to go. But so we upgraded the kitchen and the armory. What upgrades are we on? We're on upgrade 12. So when was the last time the kitchen was upgraded? Let's see. How far back does this go? No, it's not that. Courtyard. I think the kitchen might have actually been the first thing we upgraded. Yeah, okay. The final session for the Sunday campaign. I think it's going to be a badass fight, and I think we're going to kick ass. Yeah. For months of cooking only the basic meals, the keep now has a proper chef. Though not a classically trained one, but one trained on the field of battle, she knows the types of foods to keep a person going and how to make them taste good. That night, she roasted quail that Vlindril hunted on the way back from the mines, using wild vegetables found around the keep. The next day, everyone found themselves sleeping in, their bellies still warm from the dinner. Let's see. Armory. I think we had just upgraded the armory not too long ago too. So the armory's got a personnel. Actually, I should write. Hold on. I shouldn't have closed that. Let me get their name. Um, let's go to random name generator to get a name. Augustus Flitbottom. Um, we'll say her name is Augie. Augie Flintbottom. Split bottom, not flint. Okay. Wait, the bedroom should be 2. It is 2. Okay, so that was just me not tracking that properly. Okay. It was summoned forth from the abyss. The comfy abyss. The armory's upgraded so they can have. I'd say that since they've been dealing with the mines more, they have like a more stable source of ore and stuff to make better quality gear. Yeah, good night, Colton. Hope you have a restful sleep and sweet dreams. Since delving into the mines more and more, and with the village now on their side, have greater access to higher quality ore for repairs and forging new gear. Glarus has their work cut out for them now, but loving how their new home is shaping up. Every delve making them feel more like this place will work, that the keep will grow into something bright in these dark woods. Okay, so we have finished. I think we decided that like each one is essentially a week's worth of time, so we're on week 12. Or we're now on week 13. And I said the monster lair. It's going to be our next one. And no one was injured, and everyone would be recovered. So everyone can go. So let's copy this from before. Actually. Oh. Do that. Okay. And let's roll. So we need 5 dice. 4, 5. Ooh. So we will re-roll both of those ones. We got a 2 and a 6. So 2 6s, 4, 3, 2. Wait, can I just click on these? And yes, I can do that. We don't need to change that. Oops. Okay. Well, let's go over to the monster layer. Maybe click here. Okay, that worked. We need to reformat the bookmarks for the PDF. It's kind of wonky. Okay, so we need to roll 2d6. Yeah, no night, KF. It's good to see you. I hope you also have some restful sleep and some sweet dreams. Yeah, and I hopefully it will be up tomorrow morning. I don't see why it wouldn't. But yeah, take care. And we need to roll the 2d6. Fine. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Oh, that reminded me. I need to hit up a friend about also recording a line for me for that. A 5. Okay, so let's see. 5. A giant rat. He makes all the rules. Head Pet Watts is out of stock. That's odd. There shouldn't be like a limit on that. Let's go to Viewer Awards channel. Yeah, the only thing I see is Watts has a 1-minute cooldown, but there's not like a limit. Yeah, it seems to be working for me.
Yippee!
But I had Panda Watts for you. Watch does deserve all the head pats. Domain expansion. Unlimited head pats. Only 1 minute at a time. Oh, yes, giant rat. This is a combat. So the tears washed out from the armory. Well, normally it would say like if there was a timer, like if it's still on cooldown. At least I think so. I think that's how it works. Like it says on the thing. But yeah, I appreciate the headpants too. You have a good night. Let's see, who do we want to deal with this? Pretty much anyone can deal with this, I think. Well, guess not anyone specifically. Let's see who we have in terms of attack. Lycan could do it without using their ability. I think that's the way to go. So Flipper's on the hunt again, tracking down the sightings of a strange beast. After a day of journey, they found themselves being rushed by another large rat that was nearly the size of a wagon, its fangs sharp enough to cut through a tree. Unfortunately, its mind still as simple as its small cousin. Lycan managed to slay the beast after the party took formation and trapped it in a thicket, and Lycan plunging their sword deep into the spine of the beast. Okay, so that is a success. So we do blue for a success. Okay, on our next event roll, let's see what we get. We got a 6. Okay. Six is an ambush, so that's also red. Okay, ambushed by an unknown foe. Fight back the best you can. Target number is 6 plus tier, but that is washed out, so it's just a 6. Okay, let's see. Lycan. Wait, so we'd have a 2. So we need a 4. So Scarlet, I think Scarlet's the way to go because she can use her ability to change magic into attack. You can also use Lycan again and use their ability to get a 4 in attack. Let's look at for the monster layer, how many magic ones there are. Three chances of magic. How many attacks are there? Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's see here. So once we use that one up, everything else was pretty much be a success. So I think using Lycan's ability would actually probably be better. Just because there's not that many things for magic, and having a Scarlet still around to use her ability would be the way to go. So Lycan will be done for this this delve. And I think this is the first time we've ever actually used someone to the max. Okay, change that to blue. That was a success. After slaying the beast and the party harvesting what they could, they set out again on the hunt. The smell of a fresh kill was on the air, and with it something to track. The bandits, now calling the Umberwald home, followed the party, wanting revenge but also easy food. Their ambush proved mistimed. Lycan had been more wary lately, probably due to the family they have now. Many of the bandits had been slain this time, the few remaining running deep into the woods. Into the woods. Sorry, there's just a little stem there. Let's see. So, let's roll the 2d6 for the next event. So far, we have 2 successes. Okay, so that is a 6. So that is a repeat. So it's an auto success. I feel like if you auto success, you shouldn't use the die, but you don't necessarily get more chances for it. So you'd still only do equal to the number of adventures you have. So it'd still only be 5, but you wouldn't use one of your dice. I feel like that makes sense. And I believe last time I rolled the other way because we had like it was the last one, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But let's see. D6. 6. Size is large. So, re-roll again. See what we get this time. A 2. That is something different. Let's see. 2. Fresh tracks. Follow the tracks if you are fast enough to catch you made it. Speed 4. Target tier 3. So that would be speed 5. Because we do not have the courtyard up to tier 3. Yeah. After this, take a quick break to get a little bit more snack and refill my water. Fresh tracks to be fast enough to catch you made them. So I think the idea is that we do catch whatever it is. Or maybe it just leads us to like it leads the Clippers to something that they can harvest. So because there isn't it is non-combat, so there is no fighting. So yes, okay. Maybe that's it. So they're following the bandits' tracks, and they find their their hideout, and are able to get resources from it. the okay. After dealing with the bandits, Valandriel followed their tracks back to the hideout, and now free of the humans that resided there. They found supplies not only from Silverroot, but the kobolds as well. The party plans to make a stop at the village to return the goods before heading home and keeping the rest of the supplies for themselves, hoping that this will end the threat of the bandits. Okay, so I'm gonna BRB real quick, take a bio break, stretch my legs, get a snack, get some water. Be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I've returned with some peanut butter crackers. They are kind of smushed. So I guess, as Colton was saying earlier about the mush is vaguely similar to this, just not wet. Thank God. But let's continue. Rolling the next event, we got a 10. Holy, let's see what that is. Night Slayer Snell. The mortal enemy of knights and squires. The Snell. Defense 5 plus tier, which is getting washed out because it's a combat encounter. So the +3 for the Great Hall is being reduced by the armory. I think it's a pretty easy choice to use Ellen, even though it's not going to matter too much who I pick for this because of the high dice rolls I got. So we will use the 4. Color will be blue. But I like the idea of like a snail that just, I guess that's a good question. What makes this snail a night slaying snail? It's definitely not a normal snail. Hmm. I'm gonna say this snail has like sharp, almost claw-like tendrils that it can use like to like rip out armor, to like bury in the knights and squires, and then it like, you know, feast on them afterwards. And obviously, it's got to be big. I almost want it to have like something at the top of the snail shell that almost resembles like a knight on a mount or like a target. Maybe that's where the tendrils come from. After leaving the bandit camp, the Clippers decided to explore beyond, knowing this area wasn't previously explored, and one of the bandits were using it as their base. The woods seemed darker. The party's mind unsure of this new area, even though they have seen similar trees and foliage. A strange creature strode out from around the river bend, it housing a strange shell on its back, tendrils pouring out from the top almost like grasping hands. The beast was slow, but its tendrils fast. Luckily, Ellen managed to distract the beast and lead it away from the party. It's too slow to catch back up. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do this. Lodge. Red. Okay, so next roll, let's see. A 7. It's like bear trap. Many bear traps lie between you and your destination. Speed 5, so that will be a total of a 6 with everything. Color would be green for non-combat. Size large. Okay. And let's see, this is the last one, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait a second. Oh wait, I went over. Luckily, I caught that. So this one was not used. Okay. Yeah, I'd forgotten that that was an autocomplete. And then, so yeah, I guess it that is need a better way of tracking when dice is not used, but the thing whenever, or just I need to pay attention more. The EP dog brain gets confused sometimes. So we got 4 plus 2 from the stables. So that is 6. And this was for the monster layer. So that is 30 leather. Brings us up to 37. And then 15 gold. So that's 25 gold total. Wait, no, I'm math wrong. It's 28 total. Silly brain. Okay. So we can do the respite roll. So on a 5 or a 6, it is an NPC. Okay. So right now we just have Glarus and Augie. So we'll just do odds, evens. We'll say Glarus is odds. Okay, so it is about Glarus. when I should close this. So we're on respite 12. Well, let's see. Yeah, need a roll to see if this is like a positive or a negative. It's 4, so it's positive, but it's not overly positive. So it's like it's a small little scene of them doing something, little vignette. I'm gonna say like fishing. I feel like we already said that Glarus like grew up near the rapids, so and also to sort of get away from the heat of the forge, going out to like a nearby river to fish. That seems like a thing that makes sense. It's a distraction from the Glarus sends him downtown while the Clippers are out hunting for monsters, taking himself to a nearby river to fish. The river was calm, unlike his home, but it was a nice distraction from the pace of the forge. He didn't care if he caught anything, sometimes even finding himself waking up from a nap. He came home with the basket near empty, just enough to make some snacks out of the catch. But the soft smile on his face was enough for him. Okay. So we can probably upgrade. I believe we were Let's see, the courtyard takes stone and iron. We don't have bedrooms, it's leather and gold, which we do have. Let's see. $20 gold, 15 stone. So if we want to upgrade the Great Hall, we need stone. So we will want to keep most of it. Let's see, iron leather. Let's see, leather gold. Leather and lumber, not gonna be enough. So we'll check the stables for tier 3 is 15 lumber, 10 leather, so yeah, we don't have enough for that. Bedrooms for tier 3 is 15 leather, 10 gold, which we could do, but then we wouldn't have enough for the Great Hall. The kitchen is 15 stone, 10 lumber. We can't do courtyard. Is 15 stone, 10 iron. We can't do. Armory would be at a tier 4, which we can't upgrade to because the Great Hall is not tier 4. So yeah, so I think we need to do something with stone. Let's see, stone and lumber. So we could do the ruins. That'd give us stone and lumber. So no upgrading this time. We can just go straight into the next. And this is what, week 14? I don't think necessarily like Mont Slayer doesn't need like a proper name. Because assuming it's going to be like a different monster layer each time. And the same with the ruins. But I could see the ruins having a name like maybe each time or depending on how things go. Could be different ruins. Yeah, so we'll go with Vine Wreath Ruins. And let's copy over. No one got hurt. Check some things real quick. And drink some water. My throat is getting parched. Okay, so we need a roll for our party members. We need 5, 3, 3. Okay, that's really good. And honestly, kind of don't want to risk. I guess we could roll 1 and re-roll it if it gets worse. Okay. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 3. Can you hear me? Was that why did it auto mute my mic? That's really weird. Hmm. That's going to be future me's problem to look at. But I should be back. Y'all should be able to hear me. It says I am streaming currently. Yeah, not sure. Not sure what happened. But the show must go on. We must continue rolling the dice. Streaming is like dancing on a house of cards. I don't think your luck's that bad, am I? I'm sure. I Yeah, honestly, I don't know why it randomly crashed like that. Like, I could see if it was like I was playing a game or something, but maybe my computer just had a weird hiccup. Hmm. That did kind of mess with my train of thought. Hmm. I think I'll finish this run out and then just like go play a game or something. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good, Maya. That's a lot of deaths. Well, were the deaths at least dramatic? Were they cool? 11 off the start. Hoo-wee. And then we were doing the ruins. Classic. You know, sometimes the dice, they just have their own story to tell. And sometimes that story is death. But yeah, it's good to see you. I'm sorry you came in and the stream just immediately died. Yeah, it's a very ominous night for you. Let's see, hidden room. Speed 10. See, this is a non-combat, so it will be a target number 7. And Valindriel's, I think let's see, what is her speed? Valindriel. It is a 3. So I think we'll have to use one of the higher rolls for this. So we'll have to use the 4. You had an equal chance of accessing it as there is of activating a trap. Wait, hold on. Let's, I forgot to do this. Large. Oop. Beep. to the withering of stone. Yeah. Clippers deciding to head to a new site that was discovered on their travel back to the keep, one a mess of vines and stone. Underneath one of the main buildings was a secret door that only now was easily seen, thanks to the withering of stone. Inside was the hoarded treasures of old, but whoever put it here clearly wanted no one to have it. Lindriel managed to keep the Drake's fire from hurting the party, but most of the wealth was destroyed. Still, a bountiful haul was attained, just not one that could lead to retirement. Okay. So see what we get. We got an 8. What is 8? Broken windmill. Someone must have confused it for a giant. Okay, this is the sort of a weird one where it uses magic. So I say last time it was like a seal that was disturbed. I think that's what ended up doing. So I think maybe something other than a windmill, but some sort of magical battle. So maybe like, let me say like ghosts. Like there was the spirits are like reliving a fight over and over, and whoever, well, probably Scarlet because she has the highest magic. Yeah, I think that's the idea. Target number will be 7. In a clearing off to the side, the remains of a battle cling to the earth. Restless spirits remain, playing the battle over and over. The Clippers want to scrape the field of anything of value, but also don't want to anger the remaining undead. Scarlet creates a smoke to lull them to rest like bees in a nest, giving the party plenty of time to comb through the field and pull what resources they can. Recourses? Silly typing. Okay, let's go on to the next one. We got an 8 again, so oh yeah, we should have colored that in. Okay. So that is a recurring one, so we don't get any resources from that. Oh, okay, faulty businessman via spa. Get banned. Stinky spammers. I've been getting them a lot more lately. Maybe that's how I know. I'm a real one now. I'm a real streamer. Okay, that sort of broke my attention. Did I roll? I did not roll. Okay. So let's roll again. A 4. Crumbling room. Honestly, I've gotten I think I've rolled pretty much everything that I've gotten so far. Maybe the hidden room is a new one. Um Sheeta is also a non-combat, and the target number is going to be 5. Crumbling room. Speed 10, 5. Let's see, who do we want to use for this? We can just use let's see, chime. Where's chime? Chime speed is 2. That's a 3. That'll be enough. So color that in. We have one more after this. Chime. Mine's had a week in the stone. Oh. How'd the session go, Hime?
Yippee!
Yippee! There was a crash for OBS. Not about like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, sometimes that just happens. You spend like, weeks prepping and then the party just, they just skip it all and you're like, well, save that prep for another time. A 3-phase boss? That is hardcore. I have done phase bosses like that before, where instead of just giving them a total like health pool, I would give like each phase its own health pool. That way, the the fight actually goes through all the phases. But it depends on what it is. Sometimes you just gotta let the party whoop ass. Finds the weak in the stones of this lost place terribly, making it dangerous to traverse. Train was walking in the back. She was more useful against people than the challenge of nature. Thankfully, her slow gait allowed her to see the tower that was ready to fall, giving her a chance to warn the party. You can cut that part out. They decided to take the time to calm down from the shock of nearly being crushed, checking the tower for what they could take home. Wait. There's a gem in her hand, which is what we were after in the rogue type. Oh, hell yeah. You love to see it. How are your dice rolls? Did they treat you kindly? It seems like things went really well this session. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Honestly, I think if you didn't do all the like the journaling stuff that I'm doing, you could probably get through it in a single night. I think I think that, I think it's fun. It took me 2 sessions to fully figure out how to play this game because I don't read TTRPGs, I just play them. Oh hell yeah. You deserve that. Your dice betray you so much. Yeah, time, even with solo TTRPGs, times does seem to be the ultimate factor of if you get to play or not. But at least for me, outside of the EP issues, I have time aplenty. Well, and always having something to do each day, but that's a different issue. Oh, we need a roll. Let's see, an 8 again? Okay, well, I actually might not get enough resources because I rolled an 8 again. Oh, it's a color. So that is 5, and we only got 3 plus 2 extra from our stables. So that is a 5 total. So let's see, that's 25 stone. And then 15 lumber. Okay. Let's roll for the respite real quick. Oh, a 6, so that is another one of the NPCs. Let's reroll that to 3. So that would be Augie. But yeah, I think if I was to like replay this, I probably wouldn't do the journaling stuff. I would just play it as just doing the dice rolls and noting them down. Just you know, I want to be able to get through stuff and play them without, you know, it taking 5 or 6 sessions for even small ones, and journaling does kind of eat up time like that. Yeah. I'm excited for townies tomorrow. I've intentionally not looked at it more than just like seeing how big of a PDF it was. Augie Flitbottom. What respite? We're on 13. So Augie is the cook. Let's roll for the mood. A 3, so that's still average. It's just a normal day. Nothing on the extreme ends. Hmm. The real BBEG was the time that we could never find. Another one. It can't be stopped. Dragons everywhere. Hell yeah. I would love to do more campaign stuff, but it's just too many. I'm technically in 4, even though we haven't been able to schedule 2 of them for a while. I guess with the break one, it's less of us not being on a schedule and more of us we like yapping too much. I at least want to try to do some like small campaign stuff, like, or I guess maybe like just adventures, like do something that's like 4 sessions long, or around that time, get in more like smaller stories. We need to conquer time or invent the hyperbolic time chamber. Augie was a woman that liked to keep busy, used to the pace of war. When the Clippers were out on a delve, she liked to try new dishes, try to improve beyond her field cooking she was used to. She went to where Lycan kept the books, knowing that they had many, just not specifically what they were. Her cheeks grew rosy with blush when she saw the contents of the books. She decided to wait till the group got back to find out if they had any proper ones. Okay, so we can upgrade the Great Hall to tier 4 now, which is 20 gold. And 15 stone. Oh, okay, so now we're at tier 4. Okay, and that means we roll 3d6 to determine our next companion. Let's see who we get. See, 5, 7. Companions. Cassandra the Witch. Trait, use magic instead of attack. Okay. Let's see, does Cassandra the Witch have... No, she was not one of the ones with art. It was just a little doodle. Okay, so let's see, Cassandra the Witch. We have there. So 3 magic, 3 charisma, 2 speed. Okay, and let's see. I believe now that we are up to tier 4, that means that we roll 3d6 on the dungeons. Yeah, so tier 4 and 5 roll 3d6 per companion to determine the event. And if you bring more than 5 companions, you also fight a boss. So this means now, the next time we play, we will have the chance to go, or I guess we won't have the chance. We will be fighting bosses, and the bosses seem pretty nasty. And I'm not sure exactly how you beat the bosses because they have 2 target numbers. So, like the monster layer, for instance, has charisma 11. That's an attack, and then attack 12. So, like, I'm not sure if you're supposed to use two companions at one time, because it says if you bring more than 5 companions, you also fight the boss. This is automatic and replaces one of the dungeon events. To defeat the boss, companions must overcome both target numbers listed. And I guess like the question is, it says this is automatic and replaces one of the dungeon events. How do you decide which dungeon event gets replaced? Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that would say how you defeat the boss. Like, I'd assume you'd have to use 2 companions because, like, even if you had maxed out the armory, for instance, to have -5. Let's look. What is the max for, let's see, armory? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so -5. Like, that's, you would still have to roll really high. Let's see. Dungeons. Okay. If you bring, okay, let's just go with the assumption is, so 5 companions, like you do 5, you would do 5 like events with 5 companions, but when you bring a 6th companion, you would still only do 5, but one of those 5 is replaced with the boss. And then so the like, well, I guess companions, they can be used twice, and then they can't be used anymore for a dungeon run or delve. And then you just pick 2. And I guess theoretically you could pick the same one twice. I think that makes sense. I think that's how it's supposed to work. So you do the. It's just really a question of when do you decide to fight the dungeon? Because like you could, or fight the boss. You could choose to do the boss first as the very first fight. Unless maybe there's an event that says boss, but I don't see boss like any of the events saying you fight the boss instead. So I would just assume you pick when you do it. And generally, it'd probably be best to do it first. That way, you don't end up having your companions injured. But yeah, I think for now, that's it for Rosethorn Keep. I'm going to switch over to playing a game because my brain is sort of maxed on the writing, and the ADHD has been honestly the ADHD's been ADHD's been wild tonight. It's not been wanting to focus. So we will switch over here for now.